Okay, be live. Hi. I've got some guys here doing work on the AC, but I figured I would at least try to get a little bit of a stream in today. I've also just been doing the presentation for RLC. I had to make that this morning. Pretty well done. Okay, so let me show you what I want to do now, because I'm doing a million things lately, and it's occurred to me that there's one relatively, at least not horribly mind-bending thing that I can do that's kind of important to have done for Puffer, which is just the build system, right? Apparently, well, we'll see whether this is just hallucinated garbage, but there should be a better way. No build isolation package. This looks good. But is this actually in UV? Or is this hallucinated garbage? Ah, this is actually a thing. So disable isolation when building source distributions for a specific package. No build isolation package equals. Right. So then I guess the question here is there's a high project toml and a UV toml. What is the difference between these two? If a PyProject toml is found, UV will read tool.uv. Okay. UV takes precedence. Can't do this with C extensions in CUDA, can you? Hey, something. Let me see to what extent this is. The most important thing, I think, at the moment with Puffer is we need the C extensions and we need the CUDA extensions, right? We do C extensions with UV. Somebody's gotten this. Okay, so this actually generated. Okay. This is kind of part of it. I don't think that this works perfectly, right? Yeah, so you still end up with setup tools even with UV, and setup tools sucks, but like these other things don't freaking work. Right? Welcome, YouTube folks. I should say what we're trying to do today to give folks a little bit of context. So I kind of pride myself on having Puffer be just the easiest to use, like most user-friendly, best supported RL project. And it drives me batshit insane that like we have so many people with setup issues. And like I've put a lot of time into it already, but like this is just so important that it's worth actually getting this right. And there are kind of a few different reasons that this stuff is hard. So so first of all, if you're doing a pure Python package with no extensions, no CUDA or nothing, and you're not doing anything crazy, Python packaging is not that hard. It's kind of insane that they keep adding breaking changes to the build system itself every other version, but it's not that bad. Now, as soon as you start doing like C extensions and CUDA extensions, Python build system just sucks. So pretty much, what I'm trying to figure out how to do is how to wrangle this in a way that users are going to end up with fewer bugs. I took your advice on how to learn ML, and it's going good so far. Very good. Welcome, Spirit. It does take some time. Honestly, though, getting good at programming and ML fundamentals is the hardest part. Like, you can do a lot once you have those fundamentals. XT modules. This is kind of sucky because there's no way to do this automatically, right? Setup ease. I'm trying, man. It's hard. That's why I figured we'd stream today, right? We'll stream a little bit of it. I saw a couple of the extra commands in your blog. Pretty easy. Surface some of the help thread. Happy to go through. I mean, ideally, like, okay, the best case scenario is that we just work around this so that people don't hit these bugs. The second best just thing is that we, like, minimize and document, right? But I don't think... I've tried pretty hard to fix it, but I don't think I've tried hard enough just yet, right? Like, there are a few things I haven't explored, and that's what I want to do right now with you guys. I have no idea what I'm doing with this, by the way. Like, I don't maintain a million packages. I don't have deep knowledge of the build system. If anybody wants to help with this, like live here, okay. Where this is. So, like, things that we haven't tried, right? I haven't really tried more native UV style stuff. I don't think there's a way to get rid of the setup.py thing entirely. I think that the most likely thing that's going to happen is we'll at least find like some better workaround for how we build extensions, but I think we're still going to have to keep the big messy setup.py and everything. Can't help, may the force be with you. Thank you. I think, yeah, this whole like Pi Project Tomo bullshit is, I think this was a dumb decision for Python packaging in general. Because like it can't do all the stuff that you do. So now it's like we have two things instead of one. S on Python or scikit build core. Okay. About scikit able to and torch. The scikit build core just wrap setup tools. I want to see what this is. Oh, that's kind of ass, isn't it? Wait, does not use setup tool. They say it's glue, and then they say it doesn't use setup tool. Yeah, I don't want to CMake base thing. This is dumb. This is worse, right? Yeah, I really don't want frickin' CMake. If I can avoid it. I mean, that's like enough reason to not use this as is, right? Yeah, this thing's incredibly stupid. Okay. You also end up having to use setup tools anyways. Build system support. I think everything depends on setup tools, right? Like, there are no alternatives to setup tools. even though it's a pain. Try search like sim. Not really. I don't use LLMs heavily enough for anything that any of the new versions really matter. Like basically all the big labs just leapfrog each other every other month. It doesn't matter enough to me to like use whatever one is currently people are saying the best and keep across all of them. What is Mason? Is this a thing? Heck is Mason? What is this? E-build tool wrapper for Ninja. Wait, is this also? Yeah. You don't want any build system at all is the thing. Like, we basically just want freaking GCC and Ccache languages. I mean, basically all we want, right? Well, there are a couple things. We need whatever the hell's required to build CUDA, which is NVCC plus whatever garbage is tied up with that, right? But then our actual C extensions, we literally just need GCC. And like everybody always is trying to stick make files into everything, or CMake files at least. Just like, no, stop it. Why does everybody always want to make the build system complicated as hell for no reason? Like, oh, just one more build system, bro. Just one more build system. I think you're stuck with setup tools no matter what. Yeah, Toml and setup pi. So basically stuck with what we have, but maybe we can basically just port chunks of this. Torch. I mean the lib torch. Oh, that's Jason. And sadly, I don't know enough about Python. So Tim, it's just like various build issues where people not being able to install easily because of things that have to do with how we build extensions and setup tools versions and dependencies things. I think probably I gotta go figure out between a UV file and else. So don't do this. Look, UV docs. Did it come back? Yes, it is. So right now we only ship. Basically, we don't ship the pre-built CUDA. Right, we just ship the source, and then the package builds it on your system. Because I really, really don't want to have to ship our own CUDA kernels, like our pre-built ones. Technically, if I have to, down the line, we can do that, but that's like, it is a massive, massive pain in the ass to ship pre-built CUDA. Like, technically, right, we could just ship binaries for everything, and then, like, everything would work instantly. I don't think I'm ready to do that, though, because, like, having a way to ship binaries on something that includes CUDA is just horrible. If I didn't have any CUDA, I think it would be relatively okay. Okay, so we have this. Okay. UV index. Need this. Okay, so I guess we can try this stuff, right? Let me understand their UV toml versus Pi project toml. Okay, so I don't think we need this unless... Is there anything... Okay, so it doesn't even make a UV toml by default. It just does a Pi project toml. Okay, so these add and remove are just like, these straight up don't do anything, right? They just edit the toml. Okay, so this is like a poetry. You don't want a lock file, right? This is like poetry style. And lock file means you can't use package with anything because everything is pinned. I mean, I guess it is kind of like a lightweight Docker in a sense, right? It's kind of like a weird in between to me though. Like pin all the packages but not Docker is like, it's kind of like, I really don't want things to go wrong, but I don't actually care enough to make sure things don't go wrong. The Docker makes sure things don't go wrong. Okay, so I think we just need like move some stuff. I think like ultimately just do something like this. See what we can do with this. We have our toml here. We don't have a UV section at all. We can do like tool.uv build thing like this. Oh, hang on. Before I do this, have tool UV. This. This is gonna, and there should be a guide on this, right? Like to set this up with UV. Hey, how's it going? Welcome, Dinesh. I am working on making Puffer easier to build and install. Fewer users have errors. As a build backend, UV build backend only supports pure Python code. Projects with extension modules. UV supports creating projects with the following build systems. What about just setup tools? Setup tools works, doesn't it? The- Okay, this is just the default. Okay. Well, we're getting somewhere here. I just read this. There's also project.scripts, which goes here. Are you on Discord? I shouldn't be on Discord right now, but Puffer's on Discord, yeah. Is it UV pip install or is it UV build? What is it? Or is it UV pip? use UV to set the VN source. It then uses pip. Yeah, but like, you see the thing, right? Where it's just like, oh, it replaces pip and all these other tools, except then you actually still have to use them. Tried latest? No, I don't. Spirit, I really don't try like the latest any model. Like generally, in my view, it's like all the models just suck, and I basically just use them to look up docs. Pip. Yeah, I'm trying to see is so does that actually use pip, or is it like their version of pip? So it's like I know I can do this. Cannot provide a value for scripts listed under. What the hell is this? Why wouldn't I be able to do that? Okay, this is literally just. Is it dynamic? Scripts, dependencies. Oh, this doesn't need to be. Can I not just do this? Wait. Project optional dependencies. Build equals. Pile equals. You see what this is? By default, UV builds all packages in isolated virtual environments as per this absolutely brain dead stupid pep that is the source of all evils because Python developers suck. I'm sorry, I misread that. It just says as per pep 517. Some packages are incompatible with build isolation, intentionally or unintentionally. Disable build isolation for specific dependency. Add it to no build isolation package. Yeah, didn't you know this is an entertainment stream? Kidding. Disable build isolation for specific dependency. Add it to no build isolation. I think that's good, right? Installing packages without build isolation requires that the package build dependencies are installed in the project environment prior to installing the package. This can be achieved by separating out the build dependency and the package that require them into distinct extras. For example, we first sync the extra build dependency. Damn it. Swear to God, that guy, you're freaking. Seriously broke my build. I gotta friggin' ban him from doing bullshit. This works. Good. Okay, so let me understand this thing. Optional dependencies. Build and compile. What you would do here is desync extra build. Well, no, this isn't what a user would do because this is all from source. Setup tools, wheel, Python, NumPy, and tool. Yeah, but build system is going to then mess it up, isn't it? Because it's go get the wrong NumPy or something. Wait, by default, the project will be installed in editable mode. Okay. The UV sync and UV run. Locking and syncing are automatic. Well, we don't want to use these, right? Because this interface is dumb. Okay, so we do want the UV pip interface. Because this is like mini Docker without the guarantees and actually dumber. This is like the poetry interface. Well, I mean, think about it for 3 seconds, right? What happens when you have a lock file? You're basically telling everybody else to go screw themselves because you're going to pin every single version of every single library and therefore make it impossible to use with anything else. You're basically saying your thing is the top level and everything else can just go screw itself. Different purpose. Well, but like, even if I want to give you that interface, right? The goal is to have an interface where everything is pinned so stuff doesn't break. This doesn't even guarantee that stuff doesn't break because people have different system packages, right? The only thing that actually guarantees that things don't break is you hand somebody a Docker. That actually guarantees that the thing will work. Okay, so need NumPy at build time, Torch at build time. Nine eighty run things. First PC I built was two 980 Ti's. Let's see what other garbage is in here that like we can potentially improve upon. Literally running a Linux env. Yup. Places you build. RL libraries, I'm pretty sure the most. What do you mean? Well, presumably you're already running on a Linux host anyways, or you're trolling, right? And like, if you're not on a Linux host and you're worried about the perf, like, I'm way more worried about you trying to do crazy ass stuff on Mac. Gonna break everything. Like, I actually probably am going to have to go get a Mac just because of the number of Mac users who are getting stuck on dumb stuff because it's like just not a real, like, not a real dev platform. At least the Windows users will go like install WSL and get what's reasonably a native Linux environment, a reasonably native Linux environment. Like, the most bugs, more bugs than anything, come from frickin' Macs. Versioning for LM A6. Yeah, I like to just ignore all the LLMs. Kind of sick of the LLM everything. It's like so dumb. If you just drive, I'm in Palo Alto, and if you just drive from Palo Alto to SF, you will go by literally dozens of the dumbest LLM billboards you've ever seen. Okay, so there you go. That's like 5 millisteps per second breakout with compile. Of course, it actually takes longer to train with compile than without because, damn it. Same admin hardware was greater than 1 mil. That looks good. Okay, so I guess I move. I don't know the format. Let me see what this I can import. This. Hey Weston, I'm trying to make Puffer easier to install and use. So I guess we get project optional dependencies. Docs, Ray, cleaner, Malcolm. Oh, we don't need this shit anymore at all. Docs is just a separate repo. See if this is broken. Name docs is not defined. Cannot provide a value for optional dependencies listed under dynamic at the same time. Dependencies and optional. Okay, what does the dynamic flag do? To understand this. Okay. I'll be right back. Let me use the restroom real quick. We're gonna actually make some progress on this today. I think this will finally, like, this will fix a lot of people's build problems unless I break more stuff in the process, which is why I wanted to stream this. So hopefully you all can just help me test it. Be right back. Just guys doing the water. Bye. By default, UV will only reinstall local directory dependency. The root directory, or if a source directory is added or removed. What? Add cache key. Different. Not what we care about, right? What are you building? Ultra high performance reinforcement learning. You can see all sorts of our demos on puffer.ai. Train agents, they'll run live in your browser. You can play the games yourself. Not all games, you can also like fly drones and do other things as well. So it's a big open source project. I stream most of the development. I'm a researcher. Sometimes I'm doing cool algorithms. Sometimes, like today, I am just doing user stuff to try to make it easier for everybody to play with the software. Right now, I'm currently trying to figure out really fiddly things with users not being able to build packages easily as they should. I see you're at the fun part. I made my RLC talk earlier today. I don't know, I felt like I'm just kind of burnt on everything. So I figured out, okay, this is pretty easy and this is actually really important. So it's just like, it's easy, it just takes forever to figure out the details. So I figured I'd do this. When are we doing NetHack, man? Are you done with RLC stuff yet? It doesn't take that long to make these presentations, alright? Look. I'll show you my slides. Here. We'll do the exclusive, not so exclusive for the stream preview. Do that. It's all open source. We have tons and tons of like new RL people coming in and learning this stuff and contributing. Where did I put it? Show you my slides for this. I think they're not bad. Boom. Training demo. The GIF. How we train it. Neural MMO demo. This. 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 That's it. Not bad, right? Honestly, only took me a couple hours to throw it together, and then it took a couple more hours going through it, seeing if I liked it. Not bad. Yeah, so this article is not remotely what I was expecting. I'll put a day or two in and we can chat about it at RLC. Sounds good. Just packing and doing NetHack. Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun. I got a giant piplip I can send you as a bonus for getting NetHack working with Puffer. In fact, send that off to Canada. We might have to set up an incentive so that you actually get to NetHack. Because I want to see that stuff work too, man. It's big. I hope you have you have space for it. It's like 3 or 4 feet. You're not getting one of this feels though. This feels are mine. Two more years of intense research, so I decided to take it easy. Yeah, fair enough. Honestly, I just want to get back to the intense research because it's a heck of a lot more chill than the crap I've been doing lately. Growing company is not necessarily hard, but it is a pain in the ass. What is this dynamic crap? Bugging baselines, realized it was a really dumb bug in Gymnasium's reward normalization killed perf. Eh. Dude, just delete all the wrappers. Why are you using those? They suck. Oh yeah, one thing to know is by default, we just clip -1 to 1. Works, yeah. Well, we did it specifically because, like, some M's have dumb rewards and they just won't learn. Don't. Statistical standard deviation works. So if it works well on everything, we'd consider it, right? Clipping has been a really decent baseline for us so far. We have more core algorithm improvements, by the way, that I think we're going to be able to make soon. At least one of them. We have one very promising candidate. I'm going to give Spencer a couple days to take a crack at it before I publicize that I think it's a decent one, though. What the heck is this dynamic arg? I guess it just means comes from... Maybe we can just stick all the depths in here, right? I think we just, like, go through and move all this crap. I think you don't even need this everywhere, right? Probably. That's gym. Crafter still. Kind of sad how like much attention Stupid Crafter has gotten. I guess now at least some people are using Craft Axe. Is better. The original Crafter Env is just terrible though. They had such a freaking embarrassment. Okay, so this thing just needs gymnasium. I probably just need gymnasium. Um, Genetics. Genetics surely doesn't need gym and gymnasium, right? Surely just needs this. Agent is kind of pointless to be honest because you really just don't need it. Meta just should need gymnasium. Mini hack doesn't need gem anymore, right? Oh shoot, it does. That's dumb. I thought NetHack got updated, didn't it? Hope. Freaking gem. Ridiculous. And neural MMO, I don't remember, so we'll do all of these. red. All this crap. Procgen. And Vizdoom. So, I should now be able to this comment. I believe this is how it works, right? You do like this. Put this in text. Hopefully this will be a little cleaner. I don't know, we'll see. It'll actually make it easier to just like swap in and out dependencies a little bit, I guess. Eventually I'm just gonna end up going and like dropping a bunch of these anyways, right? Like there's so many of these old environments that like technically compile but are so stupid and broken that like nobody uses them anyways. Plus they're slow. Kind of just bloat and there's not really a point in dealing with them. There was like a stage in building Puffer where I was kind of just trying to make Puffer be the best thing between everything else, like the best go-between. That's not what Puffer is anymore, though, right? Like, Puffer's... We have our own stuff now in basically every category, and it's better. So we're kind of just doing legacy support, plus, like, a few historically important environments. Like, most of these can just get killed. Now we get rid of optional depths, I guess. From here. No optional dynamic depths. Extras. I guess common is like a... Never do this though, anyways. Let's just get rid of this. Yeah, so this is like, just get rid of this. Should be better, honestly. This will be simpler. Gym version not defined. Hang on. All requires. Hey Tim, I just got Puffer installed and training, and it's really easy on Linux. How do weights in the resources folder work? They work like this, Tim. Well, actually, I'm not going to be able to show you on my local, or I mean my remote. Show you this. They're really just for like, they're mostly for our web demos and plus debugging. But what you can technically do, let me see if I have my environment set up correctly. Alright, so bash scripts build ocean. Be like Pong for local or faster web. And then if I just do /Pong, this is running in pure C with no Python, no PyTorch, nothing. So those resources files, those .bins in there are loading weight or have weights in a binary format that can be loaded from C. This is just running through our like standalone C neural network library that we have as part of Puffer. Pretty cool. Let's see how fed the Puffer is today. Did anybody feed the Puffer? He's getting decently fed. 3074 stars. Donkey Puffer. Get him. So eventually, after, I don't know, I have a revenue milestone in my head where once we hit it, we'll get like the Puffer touched up and we'll get a nice animation set for him. Alright, so this says this works. That's not bad, right? Get rid of this crap. Yeah, this is still a bunch of crap. I think we're good. So what is it? It's UV build or whatever? Build source. UV publish. Test that the package can be installed. UV run. What, we do like this? Okay. Still doing material science. I'm not doing it right now, but yes, we are still doing material science. It's actually like one of my top two things. I'm just kind of burnt on hard things at the moment. I'm doing easy but important things right now. You know? Wait, what? It built a wheel? How the hell did it just build a wheel? We'll try this one first. Okay. Okay, this works. Okay, this is fine. Hang on. No, this one is this is expected. This is fine. But I guess technically there is a wheel build, right? I could technically upload this wheel, and then we would have like a wheel for one specific setup, I guess. It's not terrible. Not a bad thing. What would be the best test of this? I guess what we'll do is I'll ship this to 3.0 and yeah, I'll ship this to 3.0 and we'll wait to do a new package release. This will already be in the source. Do that. Okay, so this is good. Now we have our local. And we can just do Majoko integration possible, or is it too slow? Yeah, we've already had people do Majoko stuff. If you really want to do Majoko, I would suggest using MJX. It's already a binding for it, I'm pretty sure. There wouldn't really be a point to us doing our own M's with Majoko, because it's like, it's slow. I think that's what's more likely is we'll slowly expand. We'll do like a few of our own sims, and then the heavier stuff we'll try to bind like the least bad existing sims. See how this goes. Detected coup diversion. Okay, well this is like a separate issue, right? This is my janky setup. Check on. Okay, this runs. Super old CPU, 90K is good. And it renders. If I go to a different directory, sometimes we have to check this. Okay, this is a wrong permissions directory, which is fine. We'll just do this random directory. Okay, that's a permissioning screw up. That's fine. That's just WSL. It's trying to link to the correct place. I think that's fine. Let's put in the Discord. Where the heck were its screenshots? Yeah, I didn't see them. Oh, I guess they're probably on the PR. If that works, we can get rid of it on the docks. How to not get bored while studying. You're probably studying boring stuff. Oh, there is no way to not get bored when you're doing boring things. That is not how it works. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can improve on the build system. This should basically fix... I guess there's still potentially Mac bullshit, right? I think somebody reported like MPS not working or whatever. I mean, this should fix like the vast majority of stuff. Yeah, I think this is pretty decent overall. Okay, so we have setup. I think this is pretty much it. I think this is about the best we can do at the moment. I can technically ship the new wheels at some point. Like in a 3-1 or something. But this should be some decent progress. Okay, I didn't actually expect to get this done so quickly. 4 p.m. Probably still have another couple hours to do stuff. What do we do next? Anybody watching have M's? They want a PR? Mind reviewing an Env or two? Where are all these M's that people are making? It doesn't have legs yet. Oh yeah, there's also this Whisker Racer Env, right? I didn't play with that yet. But the guy who did that is not. Upper target's my end. Alright, so I see that there's the Lunar Lander Env and the Racing Env. I could have sworn that people had more of them though, right? Like, didn't people post a whole bunch of other stuff recently? Yeah, what's... No, this is Tetsuo doing stuff. Where's all the other where are all the other things? Okay, this one is good. I can go through this. I mean, regardless, those are two good ends to get merged in, right? Go take a little look at the Whisker End. I'm gonna have some fun. No such file or direct. Okay, so you did not commit the file, my guy. I have a fresh PR somewhere. I have a fresh PR. We'll check this. Oh, holy, we have a lot of M's. Actually, this is great. We have like all sorts of stuff. Convert when you need them. Oh, he did ship me the weights. I can YOLO this for now. Pull this in. Oh, this is clean. Look at this. I love this. Look at that. That's a great environment. Shift M is a screenshot. Tab is full screen. So Shift is me trying to control it myself and failing horribly. But you can actually do it, I'm just bad. Oh, it's actually doable, I'm just really bad, hang on. Yeah, I'm just really... Yeah, so this is a good time to mention I don't actually have a driver's license. Kind of just suck at all control tasks. To be fair, I've never really tried that hard. But still, yeah. Environment. Racer. Next. Now, let's go look for controls. Oh, it's M? M. I don't know what you're doing here. Oh, it's way easier to steer in first person. Cool. This is me playing now. You can tell because it looks awful. Now, if I take my hands off, Agent is way better. I do think this is probably going to OOM stuff eventually. Or I don't know what it's doing with texture. Huge amount of args, man. We'll help him clean this up a little bit, I'm sure. Yeah, at least mess with it a little bit first. $970 lines. See what this builds. Lines. We have this. Decent, right? I just want to be able to switch the dang view. I want to get into ML and AI. What are some good starter resources? The guide that I wrote exactly for this purpose, because I get this question all the time. Here's the RL one. Here's the ML one. There you go. Got it. Honestly, the RL side of stuff is pretty fun. If you're interested in that as well. Okay, so now I should be able to shift M. Eh. And I guess you go off the map. Hey, Puffer, you're not supposed to be able to go off the map like that. Did it not reset correctly? Delete code? Nope. Do I want to change the colors of this? We leave this one as is, right? Oh, yeah, there's a bug. Heh. Alright, so now Go over to the better machine. Pull this. And then we should be able to train this thing, yeah? Three million steps per second. But why is this thing trained for, like, no time at all? Why is that a thing, huh? Not, like, go up more? This full solved? No, it looks like it gets better. Yeah, this is, like, way better, right? Hello, Min. Welcome. Okay. Here we go. That's fixed. I guess the fast does not work on the can. Holy. Yeah, that doesn't look like it's very good, does it? What the heck happened? Puffer enjoys nice picnics. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with him. Hang on. He's just drunk or something. I told you guys not to give the puffers alcohol. Alright? They don't do well with it. Just like not an amazing policy, it looks like. Now it works. Why'd it crash a couple times first? Is that reproducible? Crashes. Crashes. And it's chilling. Oh yeah, but this one doesn't work. Probably a policy mismatch. Well, we will leave this to convert, but this is a very nice environment to play with, right? Quite nice. Oh, you know why? Hang on, I know, I'm just... Hang on. Why? Dumb. There we go. Way better, right? Very nice environment. Good enough to stick an initial version on the website, no? We need shit. A lot of stuff we need to do for this. Okay, so this nice. Already up to date, it says. And we need a screen as well, right? Where do we put Whisker Racer? I kind of just like roughly order them, kind of according to complexity. A couple of these are misplaced, I think. I think I put it before Freeway. It's a good spot for it. Honestly, Pac-Man's not getting enough love. I think I like swap a few things actually. Like let's put Pac-Man before Freeway. Honestly, Freeway needs to go down a little bit. It's a pretty simple end. Can go before Breakout maybe. And then I think Whisker Racer goes right after Tetris. That'd be my preference. Not this one. What is this thing? Car racing. I race around the track. Action. I totally just messed this crap up, didn't I? Copy this, undo all this garbage that I just did. This description 8. Yeah, then we can actually change it. Hey Tim, so it seems like creating realistic sims just got a lot more valuable. Uh, what are you referencing? Yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean you need realistic sims, right? Those are not necessarily the same statement. In fact, it's not how we do stuff very often. You can get something that works in the real world without having a realistic sim. What's wrong with this? Um, well, that, yes, but like, so for instance, the drone sim that we're working on, it's just very heavily domain randomized, right? It's not like we're modeling turbulence and stuff. But we're going to be able to have it work just by heavily domain randomizing. You'll see. Why does this, like, server thing not work? Did this not just work? Well, I want to see if it works on the website. Why the hell does this not? Where are we right now? We're banning this bot first. Then where we're at is we're getting a new environment onto the website for you all to play with. Doesn't work either, right? Nope. Okay, well, do I want to just push this to the website and see if it works? Okay. Quiet stream day, but then again, I'm kind of just working on random crap, so. Important random crap, though. some sense. We did push today the build fixes that should make it a heck of a lot easier for you all. Use Puffer and get it installed without having to post a million support messages. Let's see. We'll see whether this gets onto the website in a second. And depending, we'll either check two other things. Might be able to merge one more env today, we might not. Website's not broken immediately. No racing env yet either. Go check on the AC, guys. It turns out installing AC is a bunch of work. 80 degrees in my office. Die in here. Where's the whisker racing thumbnail? What the heck? Why is my thumbnail not? Could be, no? There's the updated MOBA, right? Like, I actually got these updated, but somehow this other thing didn't. Eraser thumbnail, whisker. Oh, that's why. Here we go. That'll take a little to build. See what other stuff people have submitted me. Go open my presents. Go. Wait, what is this? This one I'm gonna have to look at. They're docs for protein, like how to run and use Neptune. Here you go, my guy. Right here. Neptune, 1B. Protein's the default. Hey, look at that. No. Good job, Kinvert. Please do finish your environment, but I like it. Well done. Well, it's just submitted me cool things. On this page, installation sheet. What? Doc type fix and a different, clearer table of. If I like this. Yep. Suppose we'll merge this for now and we'll see if I like it. Wait, this is you. If you're still here, kidding, what is this? Artillery? What? I was asking for help, not sure you want to pull this. Oh, okay. Yeah, what do you want me to do? One other cool thing in here, isn't there? This is actually a pretty hi-fi one, right? Like, this is a pretty decent one. Big PR. Big PR. Oh, where he is. Where's the amazing... Working on an aim trainer sim. Having trouble getting it to see. 6 cubes of a random color. Are you rendering it? Wait, are you doing rendering during training? That like at all fast? Okay, so I don't like the on this page banner, but everything else is fine. Style changes are good. Kept asking about this, so we're gonna fix this real quick. Okay, we're gonna commit this to make sure I didn't break anything. Polished a few things. This end looks so freaking good. Okay, so Pretty good. I'm happy with this overall. Okay, so next would be quick little env. Okay, so quick review of this. I don't know why you would do this in here. Okay. Yeah, but it's fine. Left, right, up, down. Okay, this is fine. Like, pretty standard. Does not include a policy. Silly. This is the mem set, but fine. Random room. Okay, so it is substantially randomized. So just randomize both and it's good. It's a very good way to clear. Good job on this. Agent back on grid. This is pretty sane. There's a timeout as well, which is squares. I'd say this is a pretty generous timeout, but sure. Puffer. And what's it have in here? Size. Okay, and then the obs is just UN8. The channel. Good. 7 action. Pretty solid little env. Something screwy happened here. Something very screwy happened there. Where was this guy? Heck. Convert. Okay, so this has 3,000 freaking messages. That's freaking crazy. Well, that's all pretty well set then. A lot of scrolling, yeah. Well, I'm trying to just like fix a lot of the common stuff, right? But I think I fixed a lot of the setup today. I got one new person's env onto the website, though they like usually people PR like 90% completed ends. It's much better if you actually just finish it, but if it's cool, I kind of merge it anyways and just say, hey, please finish this. Like this one's really cool, but it's only 90% done, really. Isn't this kind of just cool to watch? It'd be a lot cooler if it drove smoothly, to be fair. Also, the policy could be better. Like I said, 90% done environment. Welcome, Snowy. As am I. That without a sweep, I don't know what they did. It's just not a particularly difficult environment, though. There is a bug in it that's making it a lot harder to learn. Like, I found that it can go off the road and basically just get stuck off the road. I told Convert to fix that. That's his env. Some of the envs that like are just really cool. I love Tetris. This env is probably one of the coolest to just watch. Like, just look how cool this thing is. Might as well just ask my question for that end then. What is the advice on cleaning up the last bit of the policy? My sweeps haven't been getting it where I would like. Well, what's your env? Usually there's a it's usually a problem with your data. Like, obs are wrong, or like it's not resetting correctly. Like this one here, for instance, like sometimes it goes off the map and actually just like stays running around off the map. Okay, let me see what this vision test thing is. Not that much code. 800 million steps and doesn't solve, eh? Okay, so this is every axis, I guess. Let's have a renderer on it. Wait, what? Oh, I see. So this is... You're using Raylib stuff, but you're not actually rendering it. Using it for raycast, is that it? Does it actually work? Kind of curious. I'm gonna go take a look at your end real quick. This is kind of a cool environment, yeah? Vision test. For really important policies, is it worth doing the best of by a large number of if your training is stable, you would probably just train for longer. It really shouldn't be that unstable. Like, you can technically construct environments where sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But usually you should end up with pretty consistent training curves. Mostly, like, the crazy training curves are mostly a relic of just all sorts of other jank. You need our camera separately or something, man? I got Raylib. Yeah, you did? Okay, where do I get it from? Do I just need this one file? Just this? Okay, well this is going about a bajillion times too fast. Be human playable, right? This thing actually work? I'm going to be very, very impressed if this actually does anything. I didn't think something like this would work. I really didn't. I can just mess with the FPS, right? You always want it human playable when you can. How that what wait. I should have done this on my I should have done this on the other machine, shouldn't I have? How fast does this thing run? Curious. I'm gonna train this, actually. I thought you made it sound like you wrote some dumb test environment, not like you did something, like, legitimately, ridiculously freaking cool. Kinda undersold it a little bit. That runs 7 mil. How is it rendering? Wait, how is that rendering? Check. What on earth? Oh yeah, this is gonna need the vision file, right? I'm reading what the trainer was outputting. Um, yeah, but like, if you can actually get lo-fi rendering to work in like reasonably interesting scenes, even if it's like really lo-fi rendering, like, I'm not making any promises, but like, that's actually something that like we would be interested in for like contract work. Like, that's actually a pretty damn major thing for us if that works. Like, that would basically let us do like our own drone rendering and stuff. As well as like when we do 6 degree of freedom arm, we could do that. Like, you realize all this stupid renderers, even their lo-fi ones, run like 30,000 steps per second, 30,000 FPS. You can get something that runs even like a million. I didn't think that that would work because you're doing CPU rendering, and I thought that it would fundamentally be too expensive of an operation. That actually works though. I'm running this on the rendering on GPU? No, because the environment is still on CPU, isn't it? How in the hell? Well, you're right that it's not learning, and this is a very simple problem, so it should learn. Um, nah, there's no way, right? Like, how the hell, right? Really? 4 times 3. Is it like 8 by 8 by 3 or something? What? Okay, well, I can help you fix this. These 0 to 255, the numbers. Thing has like a super. Help you out. This actually works. I will be actually like, I will be very excited about this. I don't see how the hell you have this. What's it called? Wait, why is there no config for this thing? Two? Should be a config somewhere, no? What do you do? Or something like. Where did you put the config? Well, you must have, because it trains. I don't see how. Config. Why don't I have it here? Oh, because I'm stupid, that's why. No, being stupid would do it. Your observations are empty. Hang on. Hey, they're gonna finish AC today. Hang on, let me see. So how do you like training on nothing? Kind of a bad thing to mess up. You ran a sweep before you checked if you actually had any data. Where's compute observations? Wait, what? Yo, render's not getting called, man. So it's just not actually doing anything. Yeah, you literally 7 million steps per second because you're not actually rendering. Yeah. Well, damn, that makes sense. Yeah. I was gonna say. So, were you the one asking about headless rendering before, or was that someone else? Weird as I was training it, training when I was running without the um, I mean, it's possible that like it learns to just go to like learns to actually just look at one of the boxes, and then you can get 1/6 of the reward. Yeah, that can happen. But were you the one asking about headless rendering? Because you kind of have to have that working. You want to use Raylib functions to render. Stefan's not here. Yeah, that's cool. Did bear random at 25. Now I'm planning. Yeah, so like Raylib isn't gonna let you render not headless by default. You have to get it to render headless. But here's the thing. This is why this stuff is usually hard, right? Um, like usually rendering is just very slow, and then the type of stuff people do to make rendering go fast. Stuff like this. Like a batch renderer. For very simple scenes here, they actually can get like over 1,000,000 steps per second. Like for stuff like this, they're still getting like 200 to 300,000. And the high fidelity ones get to be lower, right? Thanks for direction. Yeah, let me know. Like, if you actually got something like that working, I'd be very surprised. And there would be like immediate applications of stuff. Very immediate application. It would basically mean that the entire graphics community has been trolling this entire time, which I doubt. It's possible. Usually those guys actually know what they're talking about. Naively, I would think that it would be more flops than you have on CPU. Would be my guess, though. I don't know. Maybe you end up getting like 10,000 steps per second per core, and that's actually kind of useful, even if you do that. The way I'm beating those guys, yeah. He's in the Discord. It's Brennan Shackleton. He's in the Discord. Probably local in this area, actually. I met up with him at Stanford, PhD. There's anything else in Puffer Discord? I don't know. I got a little bit of time before dinner. I'm gonna play a little bit with the play around with it. Kind of curious. I like the little lo-fi preview thing. Like, it's a nice end. It's just I don't know how you actually get it to do that reasonably quickly. Might be able to just do like a super dumb software rendering station. Okay, so 23% time in the forward pass, 4% time in copy. Got some ideas? What ideas have you got? Rendering or other stuff? Copy time is kind of ludicrous. Rendering? Alright. I mean, yeah, if you can get it to work, it would be very good. I'd love to have like a super simple software renderer. I don't know if it's actually going to do anything. Like, to be fair though, you can technically just paste a super simple software renderer into CUDA and have like a super simple GPU renderer, right? And vector grab color and pass those. Yeah, you can do that. That's like what you're doing there is like lo-fi ray tracing, right? Lo-fi ray tracing. This is saying that it's basically capped. Come on, guys. You guys are just Okay, hopefully they did not just do a total hack job. I like other than the light, I don't really know. I have some plans for some days, I think. I have like one lunch thing today, probably. Gonna be making no. Uh, anyways, I fixed a bunch of infrastructure today. It'd be a lot easier to install and use Puffer. I merged in a cool new racing environment that you can play on the website already. And oh, I forgot to stop my stream. I totally forgot to stop my stream. What the hell are you all doing still watching me? Go do it.